Great. Any kind of introductory comments or?
No, we should be all set. So,
Give it about another minute here. We still have a few people joining.
we have a better to stabilize. Got a couple extra people.
Yeah. Still got a few folks joining, so we're gonna give it one more minute and then we will get started. All right, good morning. My name is Rob Taylor with Hazen and Sawyer. I'm here in the Broward Governmental Center with Dr. Greg Mount, Guillermo Regalado, and Rachel Loffing. And we also have Aaron Gooby and Kylie Cavanaugh joining us virtually as part of the team to present this morning. We're so glad that you all took the time to join us this morning to talk about this virtual capacity building workshop for local governments in Southeast Florida. This workshop really is a follow-on to one that was just about 2 years ago to the day, I think, readying Southeast Florida communities for resiliency funding, leveraging existing data and best practices for vulnerability assessments. And this particular session is coming really because of a grant that the compact was able to secure from FDEP. That grant was for advancing vulnerability assessments for under-resourced communities, a multi-jurisdictional approach. And as I thought about this, I really think that what the compact and others have been doing to help us work on collaborating when it comes to these issues has really been critically important. I certainly view resiliency as a team sport. We will have our best success working together to plan for and confront things that lie ahead of us. And so it's really great that we're able to kind of work on these opportunities for collaboration, both with the state and here as a region in Southeast Florida. And so with that, Rachel, we're going to break today up into 4 sessions. four sections, if you will. We'll talk a little bit about some of the state requirements, some of the available regional resources and data, some best practices when it comes to developing vulnerability assessments, and then we'll wrap it up with some key takeaways. We will have a question period at the end of the section 2, at the end of section 3, and then obviously at the end of section 4. If you do have a question that you want to get down while you're thinking about it, feel free to type it into the chat, and we'll circle back to it when we get to the next question break. And so let's go ahead and get started and talk a little bit about how we got here. And so next slide, Rachel, please. So we're going to start right off with an endurance test. I'm going to read the entirety of Florida Statute 380.093. Not really, but the statute deals with the Resilient Florida Grant Program, the comprehensive statewide flood vulnerability and sea level rise data set and assessment, the state's flooding and sea level rise resilience plan, and regional resilience entities. Next slide, please. So while we're not going to read the entirety of the statute, we are going to kind of pick out some key points to talk about this morning. The state, the department might provide grants to entities, counties, municipalities to fund a variety of things, including community resilience planning, vulnerability assessments, the development of projects that will help prepare for the threats from flooding and sea level rise, and then certain pre-construction activities for projects that might be included in the statewide flooding and sea level rise resilience plan. And when we do these vulnerability assessments, it's key that we include all of the critical assets for the entity, the county, the municipality, or other group that is providing the vulnerability assessment. Some other specifications, if you will, relative to how those vulnerability assessments have to be completed or what should be included in them, if it's applicable, depending upon location and other factors. Need to consider tidal flooding. We need to make sure that we consider not only current but future storm surge flooding. And that storm surge has to consider an event that's equal to or exceeds the 100-year flood event. We need to make sure that we assess rainfall-induced flooding. Guillermo will talk a bit about that, including the idea of rainfall intensification and how we should factor that in. And then if it's applicable, we should look at the threats from compound flooding. So any two or more of these factors that are working together to create a threat against our critical assets. The assessments, the analyses for them have to be done in NAVD 88 as the vertical datum. And we need to make sure that we factor in at least 2 sea level rise scenarios, the 2017 NOAA intermediate low and intermediate high projections. Can certainly do more than that, but those have to be included as a minimum. And similarly, as far as planning horizons go, we need to make sure that we've considered the 2040 and 2070 planning years. Again, we can do beyond that, but that sets kind of the minimum threshold. And so the intent of the program is to make sure that we develop consistent vulnerability assessments, because these are going to come together to comprise the statewide vulnerability assessment and be the basis for the statewide resilience plan. I mentioned already that it needs to make sure that the vulnerability assessment needs to ensure that it includes all of the critical assets throughout the entirety of the city or county that we're talking about. We want to make sure that we're using best available data. And so when it comes to the digital elevation model used for any vulnerability assessment, we want to make sure that we have the most recent publicly available information, address peril of flooding compliance where it's applicable. And I already mentioned the fact that there are certain minimum criteria relative to the sea level rise projections and the planning horizons that need to be considered. That's mutual. Variety of asset categories that need to be considered in a vulnerability assessment. We want to make sure that we're taking into consideration the critical community and emergency facilities, the critical infrastructure within your municipality or county. What are the transportation assets that are critical, including evacuation routes? And then what are the community's natural, cultural, and historical resources that we want to make sure that we're considering and protecting? Very important, and even going back to the thought behind the workshop a couple of years ago, leveraging funding for vulnerability assessments. Part of this is really about making sure that we can bring as much in the way of planning and implementation dollars relative to resiliency to the region. So it's important that that we submit these vulnerability assessments to be eligible for inclusion in the plan and thus funding. We want to make sure that we have vulnerability assessments submitted for your particular locale. And then if you look at the statute, starting in 2021, they address kind of this 3-year rolling plan of projects from the vulnerability assessments and how they'll be incorporated into the statewide program. The statute goes on to address some other things. One of them is the idea of funding for resilience entities to coordinate intergovernmental solutions or activities, much like this. That provides the ability for giving technical assistance. It provides for the ability to coordinate and implement multi-jurisdictional vulnerability assessments, and the ability to develop proposals for projects that might be inserted into the resilience plan that would be of a multi-jurisdictional nature. And then lastly, for this introduction, the statute designates the College of Marine Science as the hub to provide some leadership with regard to engaging academia and other research institutions, private partners, and sponsors as we continue to try to forward the efforts directed toward applied research and innovation to address flooding and sea level rise challenges of the state. As I think we all know, this is a phenomenon that will happen over time. And there are probably a lot of things that we will ultimately see used to help us be a more resilient region and state that we haven't even thought of today, that'll come through these research avenues and innovative thought processes. So a very important aspect of the statute is this one. Rachel. And so with that, we want to start to talk a little bit about some of those available regional resources and data sets are. And I'm gonna flip the floor to Guillermo to begin taking us through some of that.
Thank you, Rob. So we have up here a preliminary list of links that will take us to some of the information that is available that is useful to evaluate the vulnerability of our assets in the region. From this list, I think we can highlight the SIMS, or the statewide model management system that is prepared by the South Florida Water Management District, which is a very interesting, a very useful compilation of models. So whenever we are evaluating an assessment or assessing the vulnerability of an area, that we will go there and use this tool to review what are the type of models that are available for each area. So if you're going to click there in the SMS.
got to make sure Greg paid the Wi-Fi bill.
So what we have here, this is the tool that, let me see. So let's go first for the spatial. So if, let's say we want to find the models that are available in certain areas, so we we can switch to model here. With this tool, we can just select the area that we want to evaluate. So let's pick an area in this location, and the system is gonna let us know all the models that are available for each area. So we can just click here and we just zoom in to show the extension of the model domain that we picked. So that is the first step when we start a new vulnerability assessment is to evaluate and consult this database to see which models are available. There are other models that are not yet in this database because they're still in preparation that I think will be very useful for vulnerability assessment, which is the flood protection level of service models that the South Florida Water and District is preparing. That includes of course the models that cover Broward County, that also will include the refinements that they're being done to the model as part of the Broward County Resiliency Plan. The model that covers Palm Beach County as one of the areas, also the different basins for Miami-Dade County and the south areas. So those models are either in calibration phase or they are being developed the current and future conditions, and very soon will be available to be used and to be applied for that. So most of these models are you saw on the list. They could be HEC-RAS models, could be Mike Hydro models, or other type of model, HEC-HMS. The idea is to or even mud flow models that may be useful to evaluate the groundwater conditions. So this is a very good repository of all the information that we have available in order to perform the analysis. Go back to the slide. Also in the slide that we have these resources will be the extreme rainfall change factors that we have more slides to cover that, and we will see it in a minute, so we can just advance to the next slide. We also have in the following slide, we have even more links and more information for useful sites that have data that can be applied for the vulnerability assessments, and we will touch by that in the next slides today. So let's go to the rainfall intensification tool. That work started by Broward County when doing the preparation of the future conditions flood map, where the interest of the initiative of evaluating what are the actual effects that climate change will have in the rainfall intensities, seeing that all the trend that we have noticed that every time we have more and more intense rainfall, that it seems to be much more frequent than we were used to. So that work was then picked up by FIU and the South Florida Water District, and to keep the analysis and extend it not only for Broward County, but the entire jurisdictional area from the district. And also the USGS was involved. So the result of this analysis, it was summarized. It's summarized in a web page that you will click next. In this, we will do a quick demonstration of this tool. This is the Future Extreme Rainfall Change Factor tool that is hosted by the Resiliency Metrics Hub by the South Florida Water Management District. And the information that we get from this tool is going to give us what is the change in terms of related to the current numbers that we are using now to prepare all the design storm events that we're using in our evaluations. so that one of the conditions, these tools and the methodology that was used applied only to the data that is being taken from NOAA Atlas 14. So that in order to keep consistency in the information, so the design current event that we're using for the evaluations and the rainfall depth that we're using to do any analysis for that include rainfall will have to be taken from the Atlas 14 from NOAA, and then we apply the change factors that have been derived here and been included in this tool. So we get to this link by clicking in the link that is in the slide. Then what we recommend is to use Microsoft Edge to work with that. I don't know, it could be one of our local settings, but we couldn't make it work much in Google Chrome, but in Edge it works perfectly. So by clicking the magnifying glass here is when we reach this window, and then the tool has the option to search by area, and then when we search by area, then we will have to pick here the area of interest will be by county, but also there is another option to change by, if we click here, we can just change by rain area, which shows the main basins or the main watersheds that the South, that's named by the South Florida Water Management District. But let's go back to the county. So in that example, so the area of interest, we just pick here. So let's pick, for example, Palm Beach. Palm Beach County. The next box that we need to fill is the rainfall duration. So the analysis was done by 3 different durations, 1, 3, or 7 days. So let's do the 3-day duration. Sorry. Mouse is too sensitive. So the 3-day duration, and then it allows us to pick the return period, the frequency of the rainfall. So let's pick the 100-year frequency. So the analysis was done for different combinations, and it's important to know what are the parameters that we're using in our design storm event to come and calculate the planning horizon. For the time being, we have the 2050 to 2089, so it's kind of a wide range. And the analysis, the statistical procedures that were used in order to define these factors are, of course, they have some uncertainty associated with that. So when the result that we obtain when we click here is going to give us the kind of the range. So the 25th percentile, the 50th percentile, and the 75th percentile. So as you can see in the screen, we have for the 100-year rainfall with a 3-day duration, the normal, the 50th percentile is with most of the result of the confidence intervals is 1.2. That means that for the future conditions, the rainfall is expected to be 20% higher than the ones we're using now. Then there is that, of course, this range of uncertainty that was associated with the methodology that was used, so that it could be up to 49, so you almost 50% more rainfall, or it could be that it's not going to change. But then what we have used in the analysis that we're going to show as an example today is we pick the 50th percentile, but it's important to know that it could be as high as 49% higher, and that is consistent depending on the location and the frequency. So that this is a very good tool that is used to summarize the work that the USGS and FIU have done in collaboration with the South Florida Water Management District, and that's what we're use, and that's what we recommend to use in order to include the change factor. Sometimes when we do have 2040 and 2070, and the analysis that we see, the planning horizon is 2050 to 2089, what we use is just apply the same factor for the 2 planning horizons that we're using, 2040 and 2070. We figure 2050 is closer to 2040 than we are now, but that if be considered appropriate, you can apply some sort of interpolation, but we decided to just use the same factor for the two in order to be in the safe side and conservative side. You can go back. Let's go back to the slides again. So these are the also information that is useful that we use and they have to be used for all the vulnerability assessment. I think you all have seen these plots before. The Florida DEP guidelines also mention the non-intermediate low projections, of course, are lines that are much lower than the ones that are highlighted here. So for that, we have also research, and then we have to go to the NOAA documentation, that the link for the NOAA documentation to have the intermediate low is provided in one of the future slides as well. So that we get from here the sea level rise that is projected by the intermediate highs and to use in the analysis to follow the DEP guidelines. Next. Other good information that we have is the NOAA analysis for the sludge models. And then the sludge model is a complete analysis that NOAA performed when they evaluated what will be the surge elevation that is expected in the entire southeast region of the country, then during several storm events, and they analyze different paths and there are different combinations in order to compile what is the maximum source that is expected on the different categories for hurricanes. Go next. So next again. The most important part is this information is available, and also we're going to provide the link, and then is maximum of maximums means that they run tens of thousands of paths for different storm events, and accumulating what will be the envelope, what will be the maximum source that for every part of the coast that's evaluated. Also important is that this is combined with high tide. Can you click again? And the information that we get, the product that NOAA is putting out, is releasing, is related to the water depth. So this information that is coming from the sludge that is not related to an ABD, it's not elevations, it's just water depth that needs to be taken that way and processed. Click next. And another important part of the sludge does not include sea level rise. And then that is a very, very important. And then if we want to use it in our analysis, then we have to account for sea level rise just by adding using the projection that we had seen before. Next. So this is an example from one of the areas that we evaluated. So as you see there, the point that I wanted to make here is that the category 3 in the area that we saw, it shows the results that are seen in the left, and category 5 is the show that is seen in the right. But if we want to correct, what would be the effect of a category 3 hurricane in assuming sea level rise? What the first one is called, as I said before, okay, now let's add the sea level rise component that we saw from the projection to the category 3 result, and we see what happens. However, if you see in the plot that we see in the left, there are areas of the area that we want to evaluate here, which is Regina Gardens, that are not affected. So if we take the result from category 3 and add the sea level rise, we still have that is nothing in Regina Gardens will be affected by a category 5, by a category 3 plus sea level rise. However, that is we are not taking into account. Can you click again? Account any interconnection that we have. When we go to category 5, there will be higher elevations, and that allows the water to reach higher. So it's important when we're using the sludge data to realize that whenever they don't have any results or any water depth associated with any results with any source for some areas, sludge does not report or report 0. It doesn't mean that the area is not going to be reached on the category 5. so that the conversion or adding sea level rise to a category 3 is not as straightforward, just adding the number. So we need to go back and look for another sort of information. In this case, a category 3 source is equivalent more or less based on the statistical analysis from the Virginia Key data on Miami Beach. Category 3 is equivalent to a 100-year source. And then if we compare the difference in the total elevation that was used in the slush, a category 4 will be equivalent of a category of 100-year plus the sea level rise as expected for 2040. And category 5, it will be also equivalent to a 100-year storm plus the more or less the sea level rise expected by 2070. But that rule of thumb only works for the counties in the east coast of Florida. As you saw in the first slide that I showed, the effects of the surge in the Gulf Coast are much larger because of the configuration of the ocean floor. So this rule of thumb that the relationship between category 3, 4, and 5 only applies for this area, Palm Beach County, Broward County, Miami-Dade, and Monroe. So what we do in order to apply that, we converted back the water depth to NAVD. And for that, we also have provided the link in this presentation. It's better to use the DEM that was originally used when the slush models was developed and when this product was put together. So this is a 5-meter DEM, and then that's where we've done that. Also important to keep in mind is that the slush models, the results that are being output or being produced or published by NOAA are very rounded to the nearest depth. So when we come back and convert to elevation, we are not going to have a smooth surface, so they will have to do some averaging and smooth out of the surface in order to be able to use it. Okay, so the second step, so that first step was what we were talking about information. We also talk about that looking at the models that are available. I already spent some time in this, so that's also aside from collecting data from search events and some search modeling and the slush being a good source, we have to. The first step is use a H&H model. H&H stands for the hydrologic and hydraulic model whenever it's available. So that's the recommendation that we have. So if we have a complete model, if it integrates groundwater, surface, and groundwater and surface water, it's even better. But that would be the first step to do when we start an analysis. And the tool that I showed from the Water Management District is a very useful tool to find out which models are out there. So once we have that, so what we need to go through kind of a small flow chart. So first, we need to define if there is an H&H model available, then we use the H&H model, and that's the one that we have to. When we decide, when the question about is an H&H model available, we have to check what scenarios are available. If the scenarios are covering what we want to model, that includes future conditions that have sea level rise, that is a way to include source into these scenarios. What are the boundary conditions we have in those scenarios? What is the rainfall? How is the rainfall input in this model? And if it is a way to account for the change factor by adding the rainfall, and what is the level of effort that is needed in order to develop those scenarios in case they are not ready to be modeled, to be run. So if the answer is yes, we have the scenarios and we have the time or the resources to develop the scenarios in case they are not ready, then the recommendation is use the H&H model. So if there is no, and we don't have that scenario, then we have to, the next question is, okay, what is the intention of using the tool that we're talking about? If there is, we just want to develop a high level vulnerability assessment only, and then that is going to be the starting point of our decision that we have the ability to get more funds and more time in order to develop a better tool. If that's the right thing, if that's the answer to that is yes, so that we use a simplified model, simplified approach that is called sometimes called the bathtub approach, which is something that it has a lot of assumptions that we are going to talk about today, and use those results as a starting point in order to decide if there's needed in the future efforts to develop a more complete model. If the intention is not only to do this high level vulnerability assessment, but going further and start looking into adaptation strategies and looking into more details and probably use that to start up somewhat a master plan or some sort of a resiliency plan, then the recommendation is to develop an H&H model, to use the information that we have in order to take an existing model and refine it, or just start another model from scratch using the examples from the scope that are available from the other counties and other areas. So that's the flow path. So if the decision is to develop a simplified or a bathtub model, so we have some slides here that will show the procedure and how we can do that and what is the information that is needed.
So the 4 counties which comprise the compact have been addressing flooding impacts of climate change, and they have been all active in creating tools and resources to help us in the further assessment of our assets, vulnerabilities to flooding. And so we're going to go through a few more of these. We're going to look specifically at some of the resources and information that are included for Monroe, Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach counties. I think it's really important that if you are embarking on a vulnerability assessment or any kind of resiliency planning, a great idea to peruse what is out there. You'll find that there's already some great information, some things that can really vault you ahead in your study and in your analyses. I will say that the list on the slides that will follow is not one that's comprehensive. It's just representative of the material that's out there. You could definitely spend some time immersed in the wide variety of information available. Also a plug for the continued sharing of this kind of information and data between all of the entities in the compact and others. As I mentioned at the outset of the session, this is a team effort. We will do best if we work together and share information and resources. And so let's move forward, Rachel, and look at what some of those tools and resources are. So this is a list of items that are on the Monroe County side of things. We're not going to go through all of them. You'll have them here, and I do encourage all of you to kind of find your way through these and others that might be on the various websites of the compact counties. But let's maybe look at the vulnerability assessment item that's on there. So, great examples of what maybe different vulnerability assessments might look like, some of the things that they would take into consideration. And so, really some nice work. And I think we can all glean something from these as far as what might be included in our vulnerability assessment, some good ways to lay it out for the purposes of being well understood by those who need to understand it. And so I would invite you all again to kind of look at this. I thought this was a really nice example posted on the Monroe County website of material that's been prepared by entities within the compact. So you can go back to the slides. And so Miami-Dade. So on this one, let's let's look at the vulnerability viewer. And I think this one probably shows up on a couple of the county's different selectable items. So again, here you've got an ability to spatially look at various things. If you look at the material down the right-hand column, if you go back to the maybe all the way back, if you can, Rachel. So if you scroll down, you can see that there are various items that you can select as you move through. So if you go down to like storm surge or the maximum of maximums or the sea level rise. So just select any one of those, if you will, Rachel, the sea level rise. So you can see spatially, you know, how that is impacting Miami-Dade County. It shouldn't pop up. Sure why that's not popping up, but you should be able to go in and select the various items that are that are in the narrative along the right-hand column, and you'll be able to see those on the map that's in the main portion of the view there. You can go back to the other. So Broward County, again, a lot of resources there. You know, Broward obviously has been very active in its resilience planning. And maybe the best one to go to here, Rachel, is the resilience dashboard. I think it probably will lead you to many of the others that are already on here. So you can see a variety of things. If you go down to resilience tools, click on that one. Across the top banner there, you can see, you know, future groundwater conditions. I think Greg just did a session with Commission not too long ago on updates to the groundwater levels. It's got the 100-year flood map is across there. So if you click on that one, Rachel, we can see the 100-year flood mapping effort that was done by the county. And there's a wide array of information that's provided here. Again, we're not going to try to go through all of these here, but there's a plethora of information out there for those who want to surf around and hunt for it. And then lastly, in Palm Beach County, I mentioned the idea before about somewhat multi-jurisdictional vulnerability assessments. So there's an example on the Palm Beach County page of such a venture. If you click down on that final climate change vulnerability assessment report, Rachel. So here we've got an example by the Coastal Resilience Partnership. This was a consortium, if you will, of local governments in the southeastern portion of Palm Beach County. I think maybe if you scroll down a little bit, we can actually see the entities that were involved in this venture. And so they've established the vulnerability assessment for that sub-region. And so if you want to take a look at this, as it might pertain to a collaborative effort of multiple jurisdictions within a subregion of the Southeast Florida. And then lastly, the compact itself obviously has a tremendous amount of material that it's posted. If you click on the link at the top there, I think that will take you to the information that was in the August 2021 workshop that was held. And if you scroll down a little bit, Rachel, you can see about the event, but then you can also get to all of the resources, the presentations and papers that were presented at that. So if you click on any one of those orange, there you go. You can get directly to the papers that were presented. Again, just almost exactly 2 years ago. So there's a tremendous amount of material out there. I think probably one of the things that's maybe held back some of the, the advancement in vulnerability assessments is this kind of uncertainty and a little bit paralyzed with what to do. There's a lot of great information out there that can help us to proceed with this. And as we move into the next section, we'll talk a little bit more about some of the information. But with that, we'll stop here and we will open it up for questions that you might have about this first two sections of the discussion today. And I think there are probably some questions that have already been entered into the chat. If you've got a question, if you'll raise your hand, we will unmute you so you can ask it. And I don't know whether Kylie or Rachel, if you can look into the chat and see if there are questions that are already posted in the chat.
Yeah. Amy had a question saying, are the NOAA projections still 2017 projections?
I think the question was for NOAA. Yes, so NOAA is still the 2017, but then those are the ones that are referring in the latest compact guidelines. So I think that NOAA must be working in the.
Okay, and then there was another question in the chat from Christian. Is category 5 MOM the 100-year storm scenario?
Sorry, we have a problem here in the room, but I'm talking from my laptop. Can you hear us there, Kylie?
Yes, we can hear you now.
So I was saying that the category, it depends on the region, and in the East Coast, the storm that has a category 3 is the one that matches the 100 years the source as if we could use the Virginia Key and Miami Beach statistical analysis as the comparison. But then in other areas could be different. So I have not done the comparison from the Gulf side of the peninsula. But for our area, category 5 is what we've seen is it may be equivalent of a 100-year storm event projected with a sea level rise scenario for 2070. And category 3 it would be today's 100-year surge.
And I could see going back to Amy's question, I know Obi entered some information into the chat, said the Flood Hub is working on developing NOAA 2022 data for the state. The compact will likely look at this new data for future guidance. And I think, Greg, the compact, you all have been attempting to update your projections on a 5-year cycle. Is that?
I
Is that
believe
right?
so. And they regularly, the compact regularly updates and then provides the regional guidance for counties down here to adopt.
For the question about from the Amy was asking about the documentation, that basically what we couldn't find that documentation to see which scenario we apply, but what we did is we just compared the result and did the statistical and evaluated the maximum levels that we have in the NOAA stations in the Virginia Key, and then that projection was compared with the elevations that the sludge model was producing once we converted that to an ABD, and that's what we came up with those equivalences. But that analysis, I mean, the information is there that can be done depending on the area and depending on the NOAA tidal station that we're using to come up with the 100 or 50 or 200 year surge event.
Okay. There's quite a bit going on in the chat. I know Amy asked a follow-on question, which I think Obi answered in the chat relative to whether or not the state will change its requirements from 2017 to 2022 once that happens. And I think Obi replied that it's a little early to tell. And I would imagine too that there'll be some sort of lag in there that takes place. And then I think Lauren just confirmed that the compact does typically update the regional sea level rise projections on a 5-year cycle. And there was a question by Alan to that I saw it there. Okay, so what is the value of new LiDAR data county-wide? I mean, and it does seem like I think with a lot of what we're doing here, the value or the sophistication of the DEM is really integral in coming up with, you know, better projections, better answers, better analyses. But I don't know, I mean, when you say the value of new LiDAR data county-wide, I don't know whether or not there are any plans on the county's part or the state's part to fly updated LiDAR anytime soon. I don't know the answer to that question. I know that the city of Fort Lauderdale, for some work that they did several years back, they actually flew LiDAR with their own particular specification because of a level of accuracy that they were trying to glean. So I think it kind of depends on what you're going to use that information for and whether or not you feel like the current information is sufficient for your purposes.
And then the benefit that new LiDAR or new DEMs are providing is, I don't think it's going to be more resolution, even though the resolution is, you know, the accuracy of the LiDAR is improved, has improved a lot through the years. But it's also the new LiDAR information collects those new development. And then what we've seen is that for larger scale, for regional models, if a parcel is being developed, that may not have too much effect on the results. In that case, the new LiDAR is not going to be that needed. But if the results of the model that is being built with that LiDAR is being used to calculate damages in a parcel level, or we're going to produce a map that showing the flooding conditions in certain parts of the model domain, then it is important to have with the most recent LiDAR as is available in order to capture those parcels that have been recently developed and then the finished road elevation has changed. So that may have an effect on the storage that is available and that was available in the previous LiDAR or previous DEM, but it's not in the current. But also is going to be able to map certain areas that have been developed and have a higher elevation now, just take those areas out of a flood map. And then of course that will change some of the regulation if the flood map is being used for other than planning purposes.
And I think with the, Guillermo, with the model that we've just been working on for hours, as long as you're cognizant of that fact, you can work around those localized parcel related types of changes. And then I think I saw that Aaron had mentioned that that Palm Beach County is working on a new LiDAR set. I think that one, Aaron, I think that they've been planning for that for some time now. So it'll be nice to see that come out. Yeah. So, yeah, so there's a comment then too by Jason about, yes, the statute itself is specific to the NOAA 2017 projections. That's why I mentioned the fact that I would think there would be some kind of a delay, because there would have to be some kind of amendment to the statute that changed the definition of what data were to be used in a compliant vulnerability assessment.
There is a comment about mobile LiDAR.
I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I'm doing this now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's with the ability to obtain LiDAR data has really improved tremendously over the years, from, you know, flying it via airplanes to capturing it mobilely on ground to using drones to, you know, it's just, before the meeting started today, we were talking about technology and the advancements that it will continue to afford us in doing these kinds of analyses and having really powerful data sets at our fingertips. And they won't just be for people with a lot of resources that can collect that data. A lot of that data is going to be publicly available. So all of us can benefit from that information, which I think is part of the theme of not only the workshop in 2021, but also today, is that there is information out there to help you, even if you are a municipality that doesn't have a tremendous amount of internal or financial resources to put towards something like this. There's an answer for everybody when it comes to this. And so I think Lois from DOT is also providing some information in the chat relative to District 4's collection of information, both LiDAR and photography and photogrammetry. So it would be good for everybody to take a quick run back through the chat at the end of the meeting, because there's a lot of people who have involvement in this topic in a lot of different ways that are providing their insights and information. So take advantage of perusing the chat, if you will. Any other questions that we have up to this point? I think, are we going to take a little 5 or 10 minute break at the end of this one? What's our next slide? Okay. Yeah, so Ann's got a question. Maybe this is for you, Lois, if you can answer it in the chat. What year is the DOT LiDAR? I don't know the answer to it, but Lois is on the chat and probably.
It's 2023, I believe it was released. It might be 2022 data.
Okay. Greg's got the answer in the room.
Yeah, it was released in 2023. I believe it was collected in 2022. But you can reach out to FDOT D6 for that information.
Any other questions? Did we miss anything in the chat? I know we've been kind of scrolling down through it, trying to make sure we got everybody. If we missed a question you had in the chat, raise your hand and let us know. All right. We will give everybody a little 10-minute break to grab a cup of coffee, return a phone call, do whatever you need to do, and reconvene at 10:10. Does that work for everybody?
Yeah. Good.
Great. Look forward to seeing you all in 10 minutes.
We're up here.
All right, we're all back here and we'll give everybody another minute or so to come back out in Eames land. All right. Hopefully most everybody is back with us. And we will get started with section 3 of the discussion, which is going to tackle some best practices, and we'll go through some examples of recent vulnerability assessments done with this particular grant that we're putting this workshop on under. So Rachel, if you want to go ahead and move us forward. The grant that was obtained by the compact was, or included, the development of vulnerability assessments for some under-resourced communities in Southeast Florida. There was a process that was put together to identify what communities this would be done for. Qualifying and interested communities were able to apply to participate, and 3 communities were selected. The city of Green Acres in Palm Beach County, the city of Deerfield Beach in Broward County, and the village of Virginia Gardens in Miami-Dade County. I think it was, I don't know how purposeful it was, but it certainly worked out nicely that, we had 3 of the 4 compact counties being represented, but we also had communities of varying size, from very small village of Virginia Gardens to some good sized municipalities in Deerfield Beach and Green Acres. We also had a good representation of both coastal and inland areas represented. And what we will talk about here in just a minute is the access of one of these communities to existing hydrologic and hydraulic modeling tools that help with the ability to move forward with their vulnerability assessment, and then the need to create some more simplified tools to tackle the other 2 communities. And so we'll start off talking about that community that was able to use an existing detailed H&H model, and that was one more click, if you will, Rachel. That was the city of Deerfield Beach and Broward County. Some of you may know, Broward County has been involved in the continued development of its Mike Shee, Mike Hydro model for the purposes of its risk assessment and resilience plan. And that set up perfectly for use for this effort for the city of Deerfield Beach. And so we will look at that municipality as an example of a vulnerability assessment performed with a fairly robust H&H model. And so here we are, the city limits of the city of Deerfield Beach. As you may recall from the statute, we need to make sure we include the totality of the municipality or county that the VA is being prepared for. And so that's represented here in this graphic. The existence of the Broward H&H model really allowed us to be way ahead when it comes to merging the data sets, both the flood elevation outputs from that H&H model and the critical assets that were obtained and identified in working with the city of Deerfield Beach. And so working with the city, the first thing that we had to do was to identify what they deemed as their critical facilities based upon those categories that we talked about at the outset of the presentation. And so there were 20 facilities that were identified and 33 major roadway segments. And so those were all considered in the vulnerability assessment. And talking about the VA, we need to make sure we address both exposure and sensitivity. So exposure really having to do with the presence of your assets in harm's way, whether that's to wind, heat, flooding, whatever the threat might be. It's the presence of assets in harm's way. And then sensitivity, speaking to the degree to which those assets may be affected by that particular threat, with the goal of making sure that we understand what these different physical and societal and social impacts might be, and understanding the probability of potential negative outcomes coming from the threat of flooding or any of these other threats that we might want to look at our vulnerability relative to. So what we're really doing here is identifying what does our risk profile look like. So at the outset of the vulnerability assessment, collecting data, is pivotal. That's got to be at the foundation of what we're doing. So as mentioned, we got together with the city. We identified the critical and regionally significant assets that were within the city limits, identified that best available digital elevation model. We put together or resourced the sea level rise curves that met the requirements of the statute, developed the design storm information, including, as Guillermo talked about earlier, the incorporation of intensification factors. And then in particular in this area, we assessed the availability of hydrologic modeling that might be available to us. And obviously, we kind of struck gold with that one with the brand new Broward model. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Guillermo to kind of talk us through some of those data and the analyses that were performed for the Deerfield Beach evaluations.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. So the first, as was mentioned before, that we used for the evaluation for Deerfield Beach was the DEM. And let's go back a little bit and talk about DEM, because we have discussed about DEM. There's some questions about DEM today, but not everybody in the audience may be familiar with the concept of the DEM. The DEM stands for Digital Elevation Model, and is basically a representation of the topography. That means the elevation of the ground in the study area, and this replaces what we used to work before with contour elevations or spot elevations that we had to develop models in the past. And the DEM is now derived from LiDAR. LiDAR is a technology that allows us to get information regarding the elevation of a spot, but using some remote sensing technique that is based on light, LiDAR detection based remote sensing. So there are two numbers when we talk about DEM. Usually when we talk about is the resolution of the DEM. In this case, we use a 2-foot resolution. When we talk about that, we are always talking about is the horizontal resolution. That means is we have an elevation data for every for every cell, every pixel, and the size of that pixel is 2 feet. So it is a little square of 2 feet by 2 feet, and the LiDAR data, and of course, then the DEM has an elevation that corresponds to that 5 feet. So the other point that is not mentioned here is what is the vertical accuracy of the DEM. In this case, the one we're using, it has an accuracy that changes between 3 and 5 inches, and in kind of summarizing the vertical accuracy, now we are talking about inches, and then we're talking about the horizontal resolution is always feet. And of course, these numbers are going lower and lower with the advance of the technology. So and that is important. The DEM is basic to develop the model. It doesn't matter if we are talking about a simplified model or a complex model, machine might hydro, but the DEM is the one that drives how the water moves over land flow, how the water is stored also in the system. And once we have model results, the DEM is also important to define what are the areas that are flooded if we want to come back and show some effect of flooding in the areas. So there's several sources that we discussed earlier for DEM. So listed here is the one that was available for the development of the Broward County model. Again, this was 2018, and then we found that there are some areas that were not developed in 2018 and they are developed now. So that those could be easily identified with a comparison with aerial photographs that are usually readily available for more recent days, and make just the required corrections if needed. Another point regarding DEM, another advice or some thing that I would like to use when we developing a model, it's better to select a DEM that covers the entire model domain. It doesn't matter if there will be another option another DEM that is more recent but only covers a portion of the project, because when we try to stitch or to join two DEMs together, usually there are some differences because of the accuracy of the system, the data that we use, and that affects some of the results. So if we use the same DEM that was used with the same methodology for the entire model domain, we will be saving a lot of trouble, a lot of headaches later if we try to stitch to a source with two sources of DEM. It's a lot of source for some inconsistencies between the two sources of data. So that one recommendation is to pick always the DEM that covers the entire project area. Next. The other important data where we have to develop for the infill beach was the rainfall data. So the rainfall that was applied was a gridded rainfall. So that means that every grid in the model domain has a different time series of rainfall, and that came from NOAA also. NOAA, and then the total rainfall was obtained from the Atlas 14, and because of that, therefore we were able to apply the change factor that was discussed earlier today. In this case, for Broward County, I think the number that we came up with between 22 and 23% of the rainfall that we include to augment for the 100-year storm event. Okay, that changes and depends on the frequency that we're using. Next. Also, the sea level rise projections. We have done several. We used different projections since we used the machine hydro model that was available for the county. There was already some scenarios that were developed as part of the resiliency plan, and we complemented those scenarios to use, for example, the intermediate low and other ones that were not part of our original project, but those the ones are needed because it's important to follow the guidelines from the DEP to do that. Next. So the modeling methodology. So in this case, we're talking about Broward County. So we had the availability. The model was available. We were working on the machine hydro model for the county. And as you know, I mean, this is a model that's been in development since the 2000s. Before it was a water resource, a water supply model that was, the county was divided in three regions, the central, north, and south regions. And that then in 2006, the model was compiled, and then just a single model was created. It still was only a water resources and water supply model. And in 2011, between 2011 and 2014, the overland flow component of the model was added to create the model that was used to draw the current FEMA flood maps. And during that, so that's at that point in 2014, it became a flood model that has the ability to connect the overland with the groundwater system. So that's one of the main advantages of the Mike Chi, Mike Hydro model. And after that, the county used that model and prepared the same model, but for future conditions. The district used that model in 2022 to work for the flood protection level of service for the Broward County. And as part of the Broward County Resiliency Plan, and this is very important because these refinements that was done for the Broward County Plan was allowed us to use for the FLBs. And the reason is because the refinements that we applied to the model, that what the county applied to the model in the resiliency plan included the extension of the model domain all the way to the coastline. So that the model domain was extended, all the networks that represent the primary system was also extended so that the boundary conditions were no longer at the tidal structure, but also at the coast, at the ocean. And all the boundary conditions were updated, including the boundary conditions for the overland flow, boundary conditions for groundwater, and boundary conditions for the one-dimensional network, which is the canal network. So, and that allowed the model to represent source events and to be able to show some results that are related to the source analysis that are needed here for the compound flooding. So a little bit more on Mike Chi, Mike Hydro is as the name says, is two models coupled together. Mike Chi, which Mike Chi stands for the Hydrologic European System in French, and there was a model that was started development since the 80s, and is the model just has a formulation for every process within the hydrological cycle. So since the rainfall interception for the canopy all the way to the infiltration and the process to infiltrate into the unsaturated zone, and then the movement from the unsaturated zone to the saturated zone, and all the groundwater movement, all of these processes that takes place in the hydrological cycle are modeled, and there are different equations that can be picked to model these processes. And that is done in kind of a 2D with cells. The model divide the entire model domain area in cells. In this case, the model for the Broward County has cells that are 250 foot in the side, and then each cell is divided further in 4 subcells to represent the results. And then basically we can say that the model has 125 foot cell size. That is a very good accuracy for an area as big as the Broward County. And that part of the model that includes the overland flow, the groundwater conditions, and all the hydrological cycle is coupled with what we call the one-dimensional flow tool, which is Mike Hydro. Mike Hydro is the evolution of what we used to do known before as Mike 11, and now became Mike 1D, and now it's Mike Hydro. Is the portion of the model that allows that simulates the flow through lakes and canals and contour structures and tidal structures and use all the boundary conditions. And this coupling between Mike Chi and Mike Hydro happens at every time step and at every location where the canal touches the groundwater or the canal touches the overland flow. So it's a very complete model that simulates the entire hydrological cycle, and it simulates every interaction that we have between groundwater and canal system. Also, of course, because it's a model complex, requires a lot of information and it's a lot of moving parts that require some time to be developed. As you see in the slide, this model has been developed in the 2000s, so it's not going to be really available, and it's not easy to build a model out from scratch. in a reduced time. So that, and then not only than time, it also requires resources to be developed. And that's why we wanted, one of the objectives of today of the exercise was to evaluate and simplify methodology that will allow us to get some results while a model, a bigger model like this is being developed. We use this opportunity to compare. So we use Deerfield Beach to compare the results used with Maxima Hydro with a simplified methodology that we later.
Guillermo, one thing, if I can jump in now that Guillermo has explained the very complex parts of the model, I'll throw in the kind of simple plug here that if you are a municipality in Broward County, the county via this, very well-developed, complex model come together over multiple decades, has done a lot of the heavy lifting already for you when it comes to your vulnerability assessment. This model has been executed for all of the required runs that you would need for a compliant vulnerability assessment. Really, what you need to do is pick up from the point where you would identify your critical assets, roadways, buildings, whatever they may be. And you will be able to compare them in elevation to what the flood elevations are that are coming out of the results of this, very detailed and sophisticated model. So if you're in Broward County, good news for you. Anyway, carry on, Guillermo. Thanks. Sorry.
So the results of that, as we said, there is the model outputs one time series, not only one elevation, but a time series of flooding depths of flood elevations for every cell that was used in the model. So for every 125 by 125 foot cell, and for every hour during the time that we use for the simulation, that usually is more than a week of problems that we have to simulate the rainfall, we would have a flood elevation. So for that, we can plot, for example, big flows, big flooding depth, so the higher flood depth that we have there, and put that and compare the flood elevation that we have with the DEM that was used, and then show maps like this or presentation like this that show what is the flooding depth and flood elevation, especially for different scenarios. So as Rob said, this provides a very detailed results, and that allow us to not only to evaluate what will be the effect of critical assets, but also calculate damages for residentials and times where the roads are impassable, and all top of all other very useful information that can allow the agencies to plan their activities. So the other alternative, the other methodology that we apply for Deerfield Beach is a simplified approach that was mentioned before as the bathtub approach. So for this, the first step is to divide the area that we are going to analyze in sub-basins. And with Mike Hydro, as you notice, I didn't mention sub-basin delineation and didn't mention any basin because the resolution of the cells will drive how the water flows in overland and where the water flows. So there is no, if there is an obstacle to the open water, the model will take care of that and will identify and then follow that, even though the model has some other parameters that can allow us to define some subbasins. I'm not going to go into those details. But then when we are applying the simplified approach, we have to start by dividing the entire area in subbasins, and the same thing that we used to use before with the previous models that we didn't have a 2D component when we have a lump hydrology of the system. So basically, those subbasins are being defined in our area by roads. The roads are also a higher elevation, and the water can move from one basin to the next only by certain culverts, but also are defined by control structures. So areas that are master planned, and then they have a separated is a controlled water management system. So those could represent one sub-basin, and the analysis is done by each sub-basin. So that's the simplified model. Starts by dividing the area in sub-basin, and for each sub-basin, we will go through a series of analysis. We'll go next. So let's go back again, and let's go a typical stormwater management system, and just to kind of define what would be the difference. So we, as you see, I'm just on the screen. Thank you. Some of the typical structure that we use to manage stormwater is filtration trenches that we take the water from the roads and from the driveways, put it in the catch basin and go to the filtration trench, and what the filtration trench is just sending the water to the groundwater. Also, the same applies for the water that goes to the roof and goes to our backyards and front yards, that goes to swales, and then from the swales and from the front yards, it goes to the groundwater. And we also have catch basin and collecting pipe that sometimes have some discharge into some detention ponds or some areas that also sends water to the groundwater. So as you see, the common theme is our groundwater is where we discharge our stormwater system in our area. So that's one of where we need to send the water. In some cases, we also have a control structure, a control elevation that discharge to a outfall to a canal system. So the main assumption that we have when this simplified is to reduce that interconnectivity, because when we have this outfall in the canal system, that's where we need a complex model, because we need to model the hydraulics of the canal, and the hydraulics of the canal is connected with the tidal structures, and it gets the whole interconnectivity gets complicated. So the main assumption that is done in this analysis is that there is no availability to discharge water to the outfalls, and the reason for that is that there is no. We are using that to evaluate the stream condition, the 100-year flow, something that will cause the canals and the primary system to be also at capacity, and sometimes it will have an elevation that is too high that it won't allow the discharge.
I think here, if I can just interject here, the simplification of our sub-basin delineation, I think, is kind of an offshoot of this, right? A little less rigor in that delineation, because the dynamics of the technique and the model that we're going to use to simulate the rest of the movement of water is not going to be as complex as what our H&H model would be. So maybe we don't need to be quite as sophisticated in our sub-basin delineation as well. So.
And then, of course, the other option is that we are assuming that the flow from the outfall is in one direction, but if the canal gets too high, then it could be flowing the different direction, going from the canal system to the basin. And that can happen during source events, depending on how far are we from the source of the source. And then that's why in our methodology, we follow the rainfall induced portion of the calculation, and then gets compared with elevations that are taken from the sludge and other sources of source analysis that we've done, in order to see if there is any possibility that we will get some source effect through these outflows. So going back again, so something that I wanted to check, the effect of sea level rise that we have in the areas. So the point that we have here is that when we do have, in the previous slide, we showed that all our stormwater goes discharged to the groundwater portion. So our main asset will be, in terms of stormwater management, is the storage that is available in the groundwater, in the ground, not in the groundwater, in the ground. So when we have the effect of sea level rise, the stormwater management system that we have has to control the level of the canal. So that means we need to avoid saltwater intrusion. We need to avoid the tidal that is going to be higher to go into a canal. So that will force the structure to be operated with a high headwater. So that's a way where the sea level rise is going to be transferred to the other side of the coastal structure. And if we have higher elevation from the other side of the coastal structure, that represents that our groundwater will be higher. And if the groundwater will be higher, then our storage or the space that we have to discharge or to send our stormwater runoff is going to be reduced. So, and that's the main effect. So sometimes even in areas that are not immediately affected by the coastal area, that are not in coastal areas, not immediately affected by the sea level rise through storage, it will feel the effect of the sea level rise and climate change because the stormwater will be reduced. And then, of course, if what we do now, when it rains, we send the water to the groundwater, and then we have that if we have less storage, so there's no place to send the water, and that's why we're gonna have more flooding. So the calculation that we have to do using a simplified methodology we thought that needed to be, even though being very simple, it had to find a way to account for the sea level rise and account with the effect of sea level rise in the lack of storage. So the procedure that we have is basically, first we have to calculate what is the soil storage and the current runoff volume that we have. So for that, the simplest methodology that we have was developed a long time ago for the soil conservation services. I'm trying there to fix the soil conservation service there, and then we have these are the formulation from the soil conservation service that we have. So that's a formulation that is based on a curve number. Curve number is a number that was defined that depends on the imperviousness of the area, the percent impervious of the basin that we are evaluating. The soil type also affects that, the land use, and then there is some tables and some these formulas to calculate what is the storage that the soil has based on these curve numbers. And using that storage, then the runoff P is kind of short for effective rainfall, effective precipitation. That is the runoff value. So P stands P is what the runoff is calculated as a function, of course, of the rainfall that we get minus some initial abstraction but it is normally it's used at 20% of the storage, but also is a function of the total storage. So you see the storage plays an important factor in this formula to calculate what is the P. P is the runoff value that we have, and that then is converted to volume. So once we have that, we will have to evaluate what will be how much we want the groundwater. What is expected loss or reduction in the storage that we will have based because of sea level rise. So in some cases, in what we have here in Deerfield Beach, because very, very close to the tidal structure, we use a 1-to-1 ratio. That it means that if the sea level rise projection, the sea level rise is projecting 20 inches of sea level rise, we also project 20 inches in increasing the groundwater. And then what the recommendation is to check local or other modeling that is available even for the county or for the USGS or mud flow level, something that is available information that will tell us what is the ratio between sea level rise and groundwater increase. Our recommendation is when we don't have this data, we use 1-to-1 in areas that are even still close to the tidal structures. And then if we are really evaluating something that is really far from the tidal structure, we can go with a lower than 1-to-1 ratio. But in order to make it to get a kind of a more conservative approach, we prefer to stay with the 1-to-1 if we don't have a groundwater modeling available for this. And then we calculate the reduction in soil storage due to sea level rise, so that we calculate sea level rise, we convert that into how much is the groundwater going to increase, and then use a formulation that is available also from water management districts. For example, the South Florida Water Management District has a table in the ERP manual that tells us what is the reduction in the storage that is expected with the distance to the groundwater. So we can use that table to calculate how much we're going to reduce the storage that is available in the soil to calculate, and then back calculate again using that adjusted value of storage to calculate what would be our adjusted curve number. So that is the number that we want to get. We started with initial curve number, initial storage based on that, and then factor in how much the groundwater is going to increase, and then calculated an adjusted curve number to calculate what is the adjusted runoff. So the runoff is increasing because the storage is going to be reduced. So that's how it's a simplified approach to account for that. Of course, what was done in MyHydro is in MyShip model simulates all the interaction that we have in between the overland and groundwater levels, and if there is more water going in, the groundwater just fills up all the spaces and uses all the boundary conditions. So it has more complex and more in detail calculation, but this is kind of a simplified way to account for this. So when we go back from this one, the next step is to convert that volume that we have, the runoff, we convert that to the volume of runoff that is now includes what will be the effect of sea level rise. And we calculate, again, using the DEM, we come up with what we call a storage volume elevation table that is simply just using the DEM and taking slices at different elevation and seeing what is the volume that is available at different stage between that stage and the ground, and then we come up with tables or plots that look like the plot that we have here, and convert the volume that we have for the future conditions, convert that rainfall, the runoff in inches, volume multiplied by the area of the subbasin, and then come to the table, to the storage elevation table, and read what will be the expected depth elevation for that basin. So that is kind of the first approach, the first level that we have that tell us what will be the elevation from this basin. Then the next step that is kind of applying some judgment, comparing the elevation that we got in neighboring basins, and whenever we have two neighboring basins that have completely different stages, so we need to look and see maybe we have to reevaluate how we draw the basins and allow some other connection between that and run some numbers in order to equalize those if it's needed. But then this is the first approach. The second check is going to be to compare with existing models to see if there is an existing model that may not have the scenarios that we want to run. We don't have probably all the sea level rise. We don't have the right boundary conditions, or may not have the source elevation. But it may tell us something about how my basins are interacting with the regional system, and see if there's something else that we need to apply. So it still is a simplified, but it's not. We cannot take the results just the numbers that came from the analysis, but we need to think about the numbers that we got, see if there is anything that we're missing, and basically the numbers make sense in order before we convert and we go to the next stage when we start evaluating the vulnerability of the asset when applying this simplified methodology. So what we did is, this is the results when we apply for different beach. This is the result that we got. Once we have is one elevation for the entire basin, but once we put it back in the DM, it kind of adds a little bit more resolution, but it's provided by the DM itself. And then we compare. So what we did a comparison with the MyHydro, just to see how we were doing. We selected, in this case, we had the advantage that when we pick the curve number and when we pick the data, we have information from the MyShip or the other model, but also that's why the research of looking what other models are available to give us kind of more uneducated information to come up with the initial curve numbers. What we did in our comparison for the all 18 scenarios that we run, we compare what was the delta, the difference between the average stage that we got with the MyHydro model with the average, with the stage that we got with the simplified. And these are the results. We were within an average between minus 1.5 and 1% difference, which is very close also. And then it's important to know that this accounted for the source events, and then the MyHydro has another way to account for the full boundary conditions. So it's kind of acceptable comparison, even more than we were expecting, even a little bit more difference, but this is just because we had the advantage of having the maximum height to drive some of the information to fine tune better the simplified model. Now I think we go to.
I think Aaron will now talk us through the exposure and sensitivity analysis that we conducted based upon the flood elevation work that Guillermo described.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. Hi, everybody. Can we hear me? Good. Okay. All right. So yeah, I'm going to start off by discussing the exposure analysis. The main purpose of our exposure analysis is to determine our flooding depth at each of our different critical assets. And so this is kind of funny because somebody in the chat asked this very same question. So good to tee me up, I guess. But the first step in determining those depths is to get that finished floor elevation. The most preferred way to get your finished floor elevation is going to be to use an elevation certificate that's either provided by the municipality, or maybe you can find that on your permitting website, find some as-builds, things like that. If it's not available, we have developed a couple of methodologies to create an approximate finished floor elevation. So for our structures, we use our building footprints as well as, I think we're still in this one. We use our building footprints and our DEM, and using zonal statistics in GIS, we extracted the maximum DEM elevation that fell within the building footprint. And that's what we assume to be our finished floor elevation. Now for critical assets that are a parcel, so something like a park or maybe a wastewater treatment facility, we did the same approach, but slightly tweaked it. Instead of using zonal statistics to find our maximum DEM elevation, we use zonal statistics to find the 25th percentile elevation. And that's what we used as our critical flood elevation. And then lastly, for our roadways, how we found the critical flood elevation for these is we took our center lines and we converted them into a series of points. And then using extract multi-values to points, we extracted the DEM elevations to the points for the roadways. And so I kind of want to point out here back to that question that was mentioned in the chat. I think it's great to check if you do have some elevation certificates available to check what approximation or what guess that you want to use that best fits your data. So you could run the zonal statistics on some buildings that you still have the critical flood elevation for, or some kind of certificate, and compare it. Does your maximum make most sense? Should you use your average plus 1 foot? Does that seem to represent your data a little better? You can kind of play around and see what fits your set of data the best. For what we did here in Deerfield, we use the maximum elevation though. And then next, I just kind of want to dive into our roadways and how those were evaluated. So a impassable roadway, we assume to have 6 or more inches of flooding at the crest of the roadway. And that's what we called a road with high exposure. For medium exposure, that was a roadway that still had flooding at the crest of the roadway, but we deemed passable. So that's 0 to 6 inches of flooding. And then our low exposure, this is flooding that we see on the side of the roadway or on the shoulder of the road. So this is -6 inches to 0 inches of flooding at that center line. Also here on this slide, you can see the 18 total scenarios that we ran for Deerfield Beach. As we've been mentioning, it's a combination of rainfall, different sea level rise projections, planning horizons, different tide conditions, and then also that rainfall change factor to model storm intensifications for the future. Next slide. All right, so to kind of zone in on our results and make a comparison a little bit easier, we selected 3 scenarios to really take a look at. One being today's conditions, one being something in the middle, and then our most extreme event. So scenario 1 is today's planning horizon, no sea level rise, normal high tide. Scenario 10 is 2070 planning horizon, intermediate high sea level rise, with category 5 storm surge. And then scenario 18 is the same as scenario 10, but we added that rainfall change factor. And I think next slide. So here is a snapshot of some of our results for Deerfield Beach exposure analysis. A couple things just to discuss here. Down at that bottom, Quiet Waters Park, you see the highest flooding elevations. And I kind of just want to point out that this doesn't mean that the entire park is covered with 73 inches of rain the whole time. This, because of the methodology we use, this is just a snapshot in time of the, the maximum depth of rain that we see somewhere in that parcel. Another critical asset I want to point out is Fire Station 4. We start to see flooding there at scenario 10. Also Fire Station 111. We even see flooding in today's condition. So those are the kind of things that we're looking for when we're looking at our exposure analysis results. And so here we can see our results from the Mike Shee model. This is the floodplain that was generated for our scenario 1 results. And this kind of overlays where our critical assets are located, so you can get an idea for where their critical assets are and where our flooding is the worst. And when we switch to the next slide, you're going to notice more blue and darker blue. So this is scenario 10. So we start to see darker shades of blue and blue covering more areas. And you'll notice it starts to kind of creep westward away from the coast as the scenarios get more intense. And then our last one, scenario 18, this is where we see the most blue and the darkest blue. Okay, and so here's a snapshot of our roadway exposure analysis results. A couple roadways that I would like to point out here is we have US Highway 1, that's an evacuation route. We're seeing pretty severe flooding there. Let's see, I think that's the main road that we pointed out here. But we broke out our results for our exposure analysis on how much flooding is for that high exposure, how much length of flooding of the roadway is that medium, how much length is inundated at that shoulder, that low exposure, as well as the average depth of flooding that we saw across the roadway. So this is just an example of our results. And then I think, so now we can see graphically what we were just looking at in that table. So our red is where we see that high exposure level. So these are our impassable roadways with more than 6 inches of flooding. That orange is, so you kind of gets lost a little bit, but you can see a little bit darker areas. There's still flooding at the center line, but the roadway is passable. And then all the yellow, those are our low flooding roadways. And this is our scenario 1. So when we switch to the next slide, you will see more red, longer stretches of red. And then in our next one for our scenario 18, we see the most red, and we're starting to see red creep again westward away from the coast, seeing that flood exposure increase. All right, so after our exposure analysis, we move into our sensitivity analysis. The purpose of a sensitivity analysis is to take our findings from our exposure analysis and look at, okay, what are our critical assets most at risk? Which ones are most vulnerable to flooding? So in order to do this, we applied a point system or a scoring system to each of our critical assets. So our critical facilities, everything except roadways and parks. For this first ranking, this first scoring matrix, we deemed it to have a high exposure level if the flooding was found to be above your finished floor elevation. It was a medium exposure level if the flooding was 0 to 12 inches away from your finished floor. So to kind of picture this, I like to say you're standing in your building, it's dry, there's no flooding inside, but you open up that front door, you step outside and your shoes might get wet. There's flooding all the way up to that finished floor. And then our low exposure, this has 12 or more inches away, your flooding is 12 or more inches away from your finished floor, and you get 1 point for each of the scenarios that occurs in. And we approached the sensitivity similar to parks, except just because of the nature of a park is less critical, poses less of a risk if it gets flooded to the community. We do not rank a park to have a high exposure. We cap it at medium. So if the flooding was found to be higher than the finished floor elevation for a park, that was 2 points at medium. And then if the flooding was found to be 0 to 6 inches away from the critical flood elevation, that was a low sensitivity score with 1 point. All right, and then for our roadways, we calculate the sensitivity scores a little bit differently, because here we took into account the length of roadway that was flooded, as well as the depth of flooding, and as well factoring in if it was an evacuation route. So our high exposure levels for roadways, that was that impassable roadway with 6 or more inches of flooding. Medium, 0 to 6 inches. So we're still seeing flooding, all the way across the roadway, but the roadway is still passable. And then that low is that shoulder flooding. And then we looked at these roadways, and if it was a evacuation route, to increase the importance, highlight these roads, we multiplied their total scores by 1.5 to bring these roadways up to the top of our sensitivity analysis. All right, and so here's a snapshot of our sensitivity analysis results for Deerfield Beach. At the top, we see that West Water Plant, Fire Station 111. We see a couple staging facilities, another fire station. So these are the critical facilities that we would recommend further investigation into, and to begin exploring some possible solutions, possible projects that could increase the resiliency of these assets. And yep, next here we have our roadway results. Up at top, we have a couple evacuation routes. So we have that Highway 1, Southeast 12th Ave, State Road or State Highway 834. Few of these are the evacuation routes. So again, this is where we would focus our attention first. Where can we improve the resiliency? What are the kind of projects that we're going to start looking at? Possibly refining the model around these areas to increase the accuracy of our results. Those sorts of things would be our next steps. And then our next slide, here we are. This is just highlighting all of those top, most sensitive, most exposed critical assets we found through our analysis, and just graphically showing you kind of where they all fall. You see the streets that are most exposed are over there close to the coast, which isn't too surprising. That should be expected for a coastal city. But also we're seeing some of the facilities a little bit more inland. They're probably in lower lying areas or things of that nature, that also came out at the top of our list. So I think for that, we're going to switch it back over and talk about a simplified example of a vulnerability assessment.
Yeah. So Aaron, we're gonna move pretty quickly through this one. This is gonna be a very similar approach to what Guillermo just highlighted on the simplified approach for Deerfield, and the sensitivity and then exposure analysis Aaron went through for Deerfield as well. So we're gonna move through this quickly because I do want us to get to the listing of some of the GIS and other tools that we use. And I think Aaron's going to give us a little demonstration as to the use of a couple of those. So want to make sure we get to those before we lose folks. Kieran, I don't know if you want to take us kind of through this quickly, or I can do so either way. Yeah. So just moving through this rapidly. The other municipality that we looked at as the example for our simplified approach is the city of Green Acres in Palm Beach County. You can see the limits of the incorporated areas of the city here. Similar to Deerfield Beach, we worked with the city to identify both the critical facilities and the major roadways that we wanted to incorporate into the vulnerability assessment. Again, Guillermo has given you guys a great explanation of the digital elevation model, and this identifies the one that was available to us for the purposes of this analysis. Guillermo mentioned when we were looking at the sea level rise curves previously, the data from NOAA. So I think in the previous figures that you saw, we didn't actually see the visualization of the NOAA 27 low curve, but you can see that one here on this graphic that we've used to look at the Green Acres data for. And so again, using the rainfall intensification factor, only change here is that, and as Guillermo noted before, when we chose the location, we just simply changed from Broward County to Palm Beach County. All of the other inputs were the same. And then we embarked upon that same simplified message or method of coming up with our subbasin delineations. Go ahead, Rachel. Use the equations and the process that Guillermo mentioned earlier for Deerfield Beach to come up with our simplified approach to flood elevation. Go ahead. And ultimately we ended up with, again, this floodplain that depicts the flood levels throughout the city of Green Acres. And with that data, we marched through the exposure analysis. Aaron, maybe you want to, if there are some key takeaways maybe that are slightly different here, you can walk us through the exposure and sensitivity for Green Acres.
Yeah, absolutely. For the most part, it's very similar as what I just went through for Deerfield. Our main change for the simplified is how we are going to extract our elevations, our flood elevations. So for our hydraulic model results, we are able to do a similar approach of how we were approximated the finished floor elevations using zonal statistics to grab that maximum elevation, flooding elevation that comes from our flood rasters to find our flood elevation for our critical assets. A little bit different here for the simplified approach. Instead of using zonal statistics, it's actually a little easier. You just need to match your critical asset and identify which basin it falls in. And the results of the simplified tells you, if you know what basin it falls in, you're going to know that flooding elevation. And so you take that flooding elevation to get that flooding depth. Yeah, so that's really the only difference here that I wanted to highlight. Everything else is exactly the same as I just went through. We use the same standards, the same levels, the same, impassable roadways is that 6 inches, all that stuff remains the same. Here we only did 9 scenarios, so we just simplified it just to focus on on 2, 1 being today, 9 being our most extreme condition. Here we go, and here's a sample of our results. Looking at it, Green Acres was, they seem to be a lot more resilient. Their critical facilities don't show a lot of flooding. The only one that we see is Fire Station 96. Floods a little bit there in scenario 9. And then we do see some flooding in our parks. But as I discussed in the Deerfield portion, parks just don't pose as big of a risk if they're flooded. So not as much as a concern here. And then here we go. Here's what our simplified model results look like. And we have overlaid our critical assets. So here's scenario 1. And then when we switch to the next slide, again, you're going to see that darker blue, more blue kind of pattern that we've been looking at. So, yep. And then here's a snapshot of our results for our roadways. Here, I want to point out Lake Worth Road. That one is entirely flooded. That's one of their main roads. And then also, I think it is, which one is it? Bauman Street is also entirely flooded. And that one's not just entirely flooded, but it's all that deemed impassable, greater than 6 inches of flooding. And then here we have that visual representation of our roadway results. Again, red is that impassable. This is our scenario 1. Yellow is that low, and that little speckle bit of orange is that medium. And then when we switch to our next slide and see scenario 9, you just see more red. You see longer stretches of it connecting through more parts of the city. Our sensitivity analysis was conducted the same way as it was for Deerfield, so assigning those point values based on where the flooding elevations fell. So high being above the finished floor, 0 to 12, you step out of the building, your shoes get wet, is that medium, and then low, more than 12 inches or more than 12 inches away from the finished floor is that low. Parks didn't change. We don't classify those as high just because of the nature of them. And then the roadways were done the same way too, taking a look at how long the length of the roadway was flooded, the depth of the flooding, and then if it was an evacuation route or not. And here is a snippet of our results for the sensitivity analysis. So as we saw in the exposure analysis results, the only critical facility we really see flooding in is that Fire Station 96. So that comes out right on top. Everything else just lower mediums. And then again, here's our roadway score. So we see that Lake Worth Road coming out on top. That is also an evacuation route. So, we want to see if we're seeing flooding on our evacuation routes, those should be coming out on top. Those are the roads we want to take a look at first. Okay, and here is just a summary of where our most vulnerable critical assets were found for the city of Green Acres. So mostly it's in that kind of center area of their city, a little bit on the eastern side. But yeah, that's the summary of our Green Acres sensitivity and exposure analysis results. Okay, so next I'm going to review some of the main GIS tools that we use to conduct these exposure and sensitivity analysis. And then I'm going to also demo a couple. I'm sure many people on this call are GIS users, so bear with me if you know how to do these things. But for those that are unfamiliar, I just kind of want to show how, user-friendly the software really is and how easy it is to complete a lot of these analysis. So our first one that we see, that pairwise clip, this is useful because this is how you're going to clip down any large data sets. You might be able to go to your county's GIS website to download roadways or things like that. And you don't want all that extra data when you're doing your analysis. So you can use clip to take your city boundary and clip out just what you want, kind of like a cookie cutter. We use our buffer to create, to basically just make our city boundary a little bit bigger. We did this to make sure that we truly encapsulated everything that fell within the city. We found sometimes that using just the municipality boundary, you would kind of clip out a roadway or two. So we found it just kind of as a catch-all to buffer your boundary a little bit before you use that to start clipping away at your data. Resample, this is a very useful tool when you're working with rasters. The Mike Shee results for Deerfield, the flood rasters had original cell size, I believe, of 130 by 130. So we were able to resample that data to have smaller cells. We even went all the way down to 5 by 5. And this was able to make our zonal statistics calculations more accurate because zonal statistics could grab more data and get more data points for the calculations. So that brings us right into zonal statistics, as this is one of the ones that I mentioned a couple of times in the analysis. This is used to approximate finished floor, critical flood elevations. It essentially takes some kind of raster data. So you can use your DEM or your flooding scenario and some kind of polygon. So in our case, we're usually using building footprints or something like that. And you're able to calculate your maximums, your minimums, your mediums, your different percentiles and things like that. It's a very useful tool. Extract by mask. This is similar to CLIP, but almost this is used more for raster data. And so we use this to remove our water bodies from our DEM. This just improves the accuracy when we were approximating critical flood elevations, especially for assets like parks that might have a pond or something in there. You don't really need to include the elevation of your water surfaces in those critical flood elevations. And then next, generate points along line. So when I was discussing the roadway methodology, I mentioned how I took my polylines and converted them to points. And this is the tool that I used to do that. And last but not least, extract multi-values to points, which this is how we take those points that I got from my roadways and was able to pull a value from the DEM or our flood rasters to get the values that fall on top of those DEMs. Also, just want to mention, oh, yeah, Rob?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say some of these tools require a spatial analyst license, or advanced license also. So if you don't have one of those, that might be something worthwhile to look into if you're looking into doing a vulnerability assessment. But it will definitely aid in being able to use some of these tools.
Aaron, we're going to quickly go through the closing slides and then take questions and go through questions in the chat. And then for those who want to hang on, we'll go back and we can do the demo.
Okay.
So, Rachel, if you will, let's go on down to section 4. Keep on going. Okay. So just quickly to kind of wrap this up with a few key takeaways. The state has laid out some clear goals for our resilience planning and vulnerability assessment. We need to end with certain particular things in mind, but there are different paths and ways to get there as we've demonstrated. Go ahead, Rachel. And I will say, regardless of the path that we decide to take as any given community, that there are a lot of tools out there to help us get there, and they're readily available to you. As Guillermo mentioned, the path and the tools that you employ may have a lot to do with some of the community's broader goals. If we're just using this for a screening, for critical asset exposure, we might be able to use a more simplified tool. But if we're looking to that tool to be able to provide for a broader resilience and stormwater management planning effort, or if we have expectations that it could be used for design and development of adaptation strategies, we might be looking at something different. As I mentioned, for some communities, particularly Broward, if you are located here and you're looking to do a vulnerability assessment, you have some very robust tools that are already readily at your hand for use. And please take advantage of them. And then, as Guillermo demonstrated, there are simplified methods that can be used, and I think the data and tools that are there and available for you are on public websites and sources. They can be employed by folks with a good GIS background, as Aaron mentioned, and the equations and techniques that Guillermo walked us through, I think, are fairly common amongst engineers and scientists working in the areas of hydrology and or stormwater management. Just a few key takeaways, my perspective only. A vulnerability assessment doesn't have to be perfect. We're not designing the buildings. We're not designing the mitigation facilities to deal with resilience for these facilities. We're using this to identify them and identify the level of exposure and sensitivity. If we're going to be making decisions about this, we want to make sure that we do understand the broader goals of our community and make sure that we choose the approach and the tools appropriately. And if we are going to use some simplified tools, we want to make sure that we may understand their limitations. Guillermo mentioned the idea of whether or not a community might be impacted by the regional system and the ability to compare regional system results, even if they aren't for necessarily the exact same set of conditions. They can give us insights into whether or not we need to be taking a more robust look at things. And then if we are using a simplified approach, make sure that we understand some of the spatial nuances that simplified models may have. And then I would say the final encouragement is that it's time to get started. There's a whole lot of information here. You saw the great resources that are available on the 4 counties websites, that are available on the Compact's website, that are available through a variety of other resources and mechanisms to you. It's time to get started with this so that we have the best aggregation of analysis relative to our critical and regionally significant resources and assets, so that we can have the best possible state resilience plan and begin to implement it accordingly. And so with that, we can take questions from the chat. If you have questions, I want to raise your hand. We'll unmute you and let you ask them. And then for those of you that can hang around, Erin will give a little quick demo on the application of some of the GIS tools that she talked about at the end. All right. Guillermo, can the Mike Hydro results be integrated into an ArcGIS urban platform?
It's a lot of questions. I think they can. So it requires some formatting, not very discussing it here, but we are going to choose a different platform to show the results and to be. We have shown two. One is the model viewer that we had when we presented the results, but also that those results will be shown in a better platform that it has other constriction, but other restrictions that need to be in order to be publicly available and be hosted. So they have to match different other IT requirements on that. That's what we're dealing with now.
You notice the theme that I answered the easy questions and asked Guillermo and Erin to answer the hard questions. So, all right. Taylor is asking, what all is a submittal for these models? Like, do these evaluations have forms that need to be filled out and documented for later submission? Sure. I guess this maybe is to, what has to be in a compliant vulnerability assessment as far as that. I mean, there are, I think, I don't know, Erin, if you know that there's a checklist that we did have to complete to confirm that various aspects of the assessment were conducted. And so there is that checklist to go with each of the vulnerability assessments. And then I think the need to provide the supporting documentation, the geodatabases that were used. Erin, please elaborate.
Yeah, you pretty much hit it all. There's a checklist and that really outlines what you need to submit. But as far as the model, you don't have to submit the model to DEP or anything. It's more so your exposure analysis and the sensitivity analysis, a series of different floodplains. They like to see some maps, things like that. But for the model itself, that doesn't need to be submitted. It's more just the report figures GIS data.
Thank you. Guillermo, I think the next one might be answered by you.
I think that is the elevation uniformity is basic when we're defining the subbasin. So and that's sometimes that we will have to look at the results and see and go back again to see if they make sense. But the main ground or reality check for this subbasin delineation is when we discuss with the actual municipalities on the actual person in charge of public works, and then we can get some more input regarding, okay, they know that place never floods, and then this place really it flows very quickly because it trains towards the street or to that intersection. So that give us a better idea for us to refine the sub-basin delineation. And that is how the uniformity of the elevations is included. So those discussions we had with the two other municipalities, and in this case they were in agreement with our results. But in some cases we can see that some people may have different ideas and opinion for us to check.
I think Lois had a question about whether or not there was a report for the vulnerability assessment for Deerfield Beach. Lois, yes, there is. We've had a meeting with Deerfield and with Green Acres and Virginia Gardens to discuss the assessment reports. And we are addressing some comments that each of the municipalities had. And then once that's taken care of, I guess there will be a final report, a final assessment report relative to each of them. And I don't know what Greg's kind of scrolling through them. Were there questions above that? Jeff Hiscock had a question about have these assessments been reviewed and accepted by FDEP? They have not. They have been submitted to FDP as a deliverable associated with the grant, but they just received those a matter of days ago. There are questions about whether or not the session is being recorded. It is, and Greg, I imagine it'll be
on the compact website.
Yeah. Lois again is the other leg of vulnerability, adaptive capacity, not required for the vulnerability assessments under the Resilient Florida Grant Program. I don't see anything that is required for that consideration. Alex asked, have we completed the adaptation plans associated with the vulnerability assessment projections? We have not done anything in the way of adaptation plan. That I think will be an ongoing conversation with those municipalities to see how they want to handle that. The grant really was just covering the preparation of the vulnerability assessment on their behalf. Jason, talking about simplified tools can be appropriate, excellent for helping us figure out where more advanced and expensive tool. Absolutely, right? They're a great screening tool, and depending upon the outcome of that screening, decisions can be made about, how we tackle next steps. And so they are excellent in the way of screening. Good observation. And Lauren answered the question about the recording being posted on the Compact's website. I think that's it for the questions that were in the chat. If we missed anybody's question, raise your hand. We'll unmute you. If you have a question you want to ask straight up live here, by all means, please do so. Got a few more minutes, and if there aren't any questions, then Aaron will give us a crash course in using a couple of GIS tools. I see some comments, but no other questions. So those of you that want to hang on for just a few minutes, Aaron, you want to give us a little how-to? I'm going to take notes on this and try to learn something.
So I kept mentioning that one tool specifically, zonal statistics. I feel like that is almost, that is a tool that I used over and over again doing these exposure and sensitivity analysis. So I'm going to start there with the demo of that. Can everyone see my screen? Yeah, okay. All right, so I'm an ArcPro user. This tool is also available on ArcMap if you're an ArcMap user, and it functions very similarly. So to give you a lay of the land in here, I have the Broward, this is Deerfield Beach, and I have Broward County's DEM in here. I also have the scenario 1 flood raster. I have their critical asset polygons, evacuation routes, and their boundary. So for the zonal statistics, I'll show you how I calculated the approximate finished floors, which this can also be used to calculate the flood elevations and all sorts of other things. So our input raster or feature zone data, this is going to be the polygons that you want to extract data from. So for this example, this is going to be our critical asset polygon. So I'm going to bring that over, drop that in. Your zone field is some kind of unique identifying attribute that's within your GIS shapefile. So for this, I am going to use asset name for my unique field. Input raster value, I am going to drop the Broward County DEM in there. You can select where you'd like your output raster to be. Oh, you know what? This actually, zonal statistics would give me an output raster. I wanted to show you zonal statistics as table. Very similar, but the output instead of a raster is a table, which is a little bit easier to work with. Zonal statistics. Here we go. And you also want to make sure you are using the spatial analyst tool. There's also image analyst that's a little bit different. All right, so come back here, my critical assets. We're doing asset name, raster. I'm going to be using the DEM. Output location, I'm just going to drop it into my geo database. All right, and so here, statistics all. So this is gonna, if you select all, it's going to calculate your mean, max, medium, min, percentile, range, all of these for the purposes of what we're showing here. And the purposes of what I used it for to approximate the finished floor, I use the maximum. So that's what I am going to select for now. Also for the parcels though, I use the percentile, and this is how I did that 25th percentile that I mentioned. But for right now, we'll just do the maximum. And then got my laptop covering the bottom of my screen. And then I'm just gonna hit run.
And while that's running, I failed to get to the final slide of mine, and that was for those of you that are still hanging on. I think DEP has been circulating information about their resilient open house tour, which I think comes to West Palm Beach on the 10th. I think they have open hours from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. So if you haven't already got notification about that, you probably will. It's on the last slide of the slide deck here too, when this is posted.
Yeah.
That's why we.
Good. All right, so we have our results. So over here pops up, we have our test table. Opened up that table and we can see our critical assets by name. And then here, this attribute, our max. So that is our maximum elevation that falls within those footprints, which for critical assets, they were either the building footprint or the parcel, depending on what kind of asset that was.
And that was important because we did find that, and I think all of us will find that we have a lot of assets for which we don't have elevation certificates or surveys that gave us the finished floor elevation of some of these facilities. So being able to approximate them, again, going back to, I think it was Jason's comment about this being kind of a screening, that approximation would allow us at least to know, hey, this is something we need to take a deeper dive into, or hey, everything looks good, we should be in the clear.
Exactly. And also I mentioned in the presentation, but what you can do is you can try and find some as-built of buildings that fall near the critical assets that you're not able to find any kind of elevation certificate for. And you can run this tool on those footprints as well and see, you know, is the max the best representation? Is the mean, or maybe it's the max plus 1 foot? And you can kind of take a sample and figure out for your data set what kind of assumptions will fit that the best. So for us, we found the max was a pretty good, reasonable assumption. That could be a little different depending on where you are located, though. Okay, our next one is going to be turning our roadway polylines into a series of points. So that is going to be our polylines. What's the name? I might need Kylie to jump in and remind me what the name of this is, but I think it's polylines 2 points. Maybe not. Kylie, what's
I
the
think
exact
it's-
name?
It is extract multi-values to points.
What's the one that we used before that to turn the actual lines to the points, though?
Generate points along line.
Right, there we go. It's generate points along line.
Wrap this up before Nelson gets spicy.
Yeah.
Got a little echo. Okay. So here, this is when we took our center lines and we turned them into the points for the exposure and sensitivity analysis. So for this, I'm just going to grab our Deerfield evacuation routes, drop them into our input features. Since this is just a test, I'm just going to let it output to its default. And then you can do a couple different options by percentage. So if you wanted a certain, 30% or something, points every 30% of the way, you could do it that way. For us, we did by distance, and we used US survey feet, doing a distance of 100 feet. And then this, we just hit run. And so when we were calculating the length of roadway that was flooded, it's important to know how far apart you made your points, because that gets multiplied into the number of points you find to be flooded. So if you find 30 points are flooded over that 6 inches, that's impassable. You're going to have 30, so that would be 3,000 linear feet of roadway flooded. Okay, all right, and so there we have our points. If we zoom in, you can see. Let's turn some of this stuff off. Might load a little faster. So here we go. We see our points. And then the last tool I planned on demonstrating is the extract values. To extract multi-values to points. So this tool is how we're going to get elevations for the roadway points. So I'm going to go and just drop in that shapefile we just created. And then input raster, I'll use our DEM. So this will give us what our critical flood elevation was for each of our points. I'll put field name. And for this one, I'll hit run, and I believe this is just going to add an attribute to that original shapefile. So when I open this up, yep. So here is, our points. We had a total of 1,381, and now we have this attribute field over here on the right. And this gives us our DEM elevation at that point. So we can use this compared to our flood elevations to calculate our final flood depths for our exposure and sensitivity analysis. So those are the three main tools that were repeatedly used in this process, especially that zonal statistics one. I feel like that's a pretty, useful tool. You can deploy it many different ways. So really just kind of wanted to highlight these three tools. If anyone has any questions or would like to see a different tool demoed, I'd be happy to do that. But that's all I had for my demonstration.
Thanks. Thanks, Aaron. I think that will wrap us up for the day. I think we're actually a little over our 2 hours and 30 minutes. We appreciate everybody sticking around. If you do have any questions about Aaron's demonstrations, type them in the chat. We'll be glad to get back to you. And I think, Greg, unless you got anything else, I don't know if there are any other questions or comments from the folks online, but I think we're a wrap.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.